I feel like we good. Feel like we good. I'm not sure. Well, come on in. I hope you're good. I hope your weekend was good. I think it was the weekend for some of you. And yeah, all that. How was everything? How was your day? How was that weekend? Are there things that are new? We have some things that are new. Small amount. I know you can't see me, but small amount. Things that are new that might be interesting. I don't know. No real things just yet. There is a new tool that I kind of want to test out. I don't know how good that's gonna be, but yeah, so far we have like some things to take a look at. That's for sure. We have something in the likes, we have something in the tools, we have something in Figma, and we have some things to do in the icon file, as I said last week. So that's pretty good, at least from my point of view. It's pretty good. But yeah, uh, not much. We have other potential announcements, but I don't know yet. Um, One of the things that is pretty important is the background music that I'm using right now, and I've been using for the past week, is DMCA free yet copyrighted. So it's a bit of a weird situation. I don't know exactly. The thing that I do like about it is that it contains a ton of the um, good vibe that I kind of like. It's basically dark techno, metal stuff, so that's pretty good. But also it contains the OSTs for some movies, the OST for some games, and I think that's the reason. Um, I don't really know how it works and why it works. It seems to be like a studio or label or something that is two guys from Italy, so that's debatable. But if that's the case and they have the license and they just basically say, well, we have the license and therefore we can just license the thing open and without copyrights, that's pretty cool. But it's like still copyrighted, but not entirely copyrighted. That's confusing. But I do like it. So as long as I'm not getting a strike, I'm gonna keep using it. It's much better, at least from my point of view, it's much better than Epidemic Sound, even though I'm still paying for Epidemic Sound. Um, it has so much more vibe that I do like. But yeah, like the usual, the usual. Anyways, let's go back to the usual beginning of the stream type of situation where we go take a look at what has been liked during the weekend. Let's go back to where we stopped last week. Last week we kind of stopped. I think here. I think that was the endpoint situation thingy, and yeah, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe a tad more. A tad more than this. Yeah, a bit more. Yeah, that we saw that. Cool. So we've had this one make a poll about who did it better. Is it like himself through Figma or the AI? And from the results of the poll that we've had, uh, everyone agrees that their skills are not that good, which is pretty impressive and pretty sad for them. Like the fact that they have like 35% only of 900 people say that, human did it better. Most of the comments and replies to this were basically saying because you basically gave this to ChatGPT as a base, it had the ID, which it couldn't come up with on its own. But I'm sure if someone explained that this is like a folder icon on its side, like an isometric view, and the icon is in glass with I don't know, oil stain on it type of situation, it could probably generate something similar. So I don't know. Nonetheless, it was cool to see him work on it, but it's also like a lot of unnecessary things. Um, from my point of view of someone that is building realistic things inside of Figma, it's also a lot of masking, and masking in SVGs is uh, debatable. It has a lot of issues, specifically when you are exporting it and using them as SVGs and not as PNGs. So because of how the website is built on his side and having like the interactions and the animations and micro interactions on each of these things, there is a lot of issues that could happen on some browsers if you are using mask for SVGs. So with that in mind, you know, it would be better to have like a CSS mask, but CSS mask throughout the SVG is kind of weird. So, you know, nonetheless, all that. Cheese, hi, welcome on. How are you? How have you been? Then we've had this one, which is really interesting because it basically is an isometric thingy that is, you know, you think you're good. Why you think you're not sure? What happened? What's happening that makes you unsure? So yeah, other than that, this was pretty interesting. It's simply having or adding like a box shadow to draw things out. But yeah, I don't know. Uh, I see. I see. So you are recovering. You are recovering. Well, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I think. I hope. It's gonna be okay. So we've had some of these things that I kind of like, as always. Mitri is doing the exact same good thing, and we do like what they do. The reason why I kept this one specifically is because of this icon right here, which is really similar to the one that I made, kinda, for the attempt that we had. I don't know if I saved it here. Yes, right here with the kind of glow type of thing. It's just a cursor at the end of the day, so it's really similar. But just for the sake of the reference, the iridescent slash rainbow slash glow thing in the background is really similar, at least from what I can see, but it has like a lot more details in the background. Nonetheless, this Z things and Z things are really good. Stoney, hi. Thanks a lot for the resub. That, I think I didn't hear shit. I think you didn't hear shit either. Right? Yep. And I think Stream Elements is not happy right now. But thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. I'm taking the money. Yes. Yes. Of course. Of course. Let me refresh that. I mean, it's not me, that's the thing. I mean, it is me, but it's not, you know. It can just work, so don't need that. And I'm guessing... No, that's good. We're good, I guess. 160. Goddamn. Goddamn. That's a lot. That is a lot. Work on it. I hope your weekend was good. So yeah, so this one was just basically because of that cursor pointer thingy. This was fun. This was kind of fun. But not that good, but kind of fun. Like that glow is really nice, but it's that's about it. Mm. This one was just cute of an animation of rendering. So on opening, you have like this kind of wave thingy that happened, and that's kind of interesting. I don't exactly know how they did it. I just don't like it. And I think it's a nice representation. Again, this is the GitHub representation, which we like. and it makes sense. But again, I don't know where it's coming from, how it's made, all that. Just good looking. We've had other things. This one specifically is the transitions in between screens. There is something in here that is telling me, like, either that designer or that dev is new, Kana, hi, work on it, or they just discovered spring transitions. And that's usually what happens when you discover like a new thing, a new animation, and you like it. You just put it on everything. And when you look at the transition in the beginning of that video, everything is just bouncing a tad too much. Just a smidge too much. The transitions are good, but they are, again, to me, mostly distracting rather than enhancing the UI. So there is taste to have when you are adding bouncing animation into your UI to make sure that it makes sense and it enhance the the user experience. This is a tad much, but the UI itself on its own is really clean and we do like it. It's just a transition that I wanted to point out on that video specifically, to not make the mistake again, you know, because some people might. But yeah, let me try something. That's broken. Cool, 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 cool. One day the Stream Deck would work.
Mom!
And that you can hear there. Cool. So yeah, kept this one just because of that video specifically. This happened. This is Codex from OpenAI, which seems to be an assistant for your code. The transition or tiny animation is really cool. So, you know, just kept it for the sake of keeping it, so that you can take a look at it. Most people will never see it. So, yeah, it's cute. It's a cute transition. I think in between the terminal to the eyes is pretty nice. But yeah, other than that, that's about it. That's about it. The thing that we talked about last 2 weeks ago, 2 to 3 weeks ago, I guess. There was like an animation on this element, which is this one right here, which rotated the numbers right inside of the view here, and now it's only at the top, which I think is much better. So based on the feedback that has happened and we were given, they have enhanced something or recreated something, which I think is much better. But yeah, it's a smooth transition, and you just have sticky elements based on their position, and then a bit of a clicker rotation here. Other than that's it. That's it. This one is something that I've seen. We have seen 2 of these 3 weeks ago. Similar, it might have been the same person. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a while. But basically having the highlighted pressed in as more of a physical element rather than what it used to be of a segment control where the background is sliding in. And so what happened here is that when you're pressing in, the LED behind the button are on, and therefore it casts projected light right here, which I think is a really cute detail addition. I may have had changed the background here to be a tad bit more dark, like a tad darker, to really differentiate the selected and unselected. But, you know, it's a cute detail. The highlight is what makes it good. Is it practical in the long term? Not really. Is it the only thing on this page that we can see that has this style? Yes. Would that be an issue? Probably. So just to make sure that I'm not saying anything that is bad, let me see if they have other pages, other, yeah, it's the thing, other views of that design. It doesn't seem that they do, which is kind of sad. If they did have like the view in the background and have a bit more physicality underneath, that might make more sense. But yeah, nonetheless, or highlight core details. And then Adam is trying to use Screen Studio, which is the thing that I'm using for recording like small shortcuts and small tutorials. He's trying to add the option to get background removal on the Mac. So that's good, but again, the background removal on macOS is not that good. I mean, it is good, but it's not that good unless you have like a green screen. Um, and yeah, even then, that might be a bit complicated. You know, it's an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing. You're right. Huh? Welcome in. It's the other way around. It's the other way around. But welcome in. Hope you're good. We've had this thing, and I'm extremely impressed. So if you don't know what that is, this is basically a phone right here that is mounted as a dash cam on a car, and it is using computer vision to control the car. And right here, lane lines, never heard of them. That's the update without the lane lines. The thing that you're talking about is the initial version, which, yes, is old, but this one is the updated version. And the previous one was using the lane line for navigation, but this one is pretty impressive without it on dirt. Is pretty much new, at least to me, to have like path detection and navigation thingy, you know, that. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that was interesting. I don't know who is this one from. Yes. Also, you're right. Yes, there is the NVIDIA thing, but because we are on Mac, that's not an option. I mean, I am, at least. That is a fair point. That is a fair point. This one is an interesting comparison. I think it's a bad comparison, but it's an interesting comparison. The first iPhone in 2007, screen sizes was this when you compare it to the newer iPhone screen sizes. So the only thing that would be displayable based on the current sizes of things would be the map icon. Has a massive element in the center of the screen, but yeah, that's interesting. The thing that I wanted to kind of not talk about, but kind of talk about here, is this in terms of like the way that they are phrasing it. Again, this is like me semantically reading things and not having context on their tone of voice and how they are speaking. But this sounds as if the person was surprised that technology evolved. And, you know, it's kind of bad. But yeah. Could takeoff and landing? No. They do not. They still need the pilot. If they didn't, we wouldn't have pilots. But yeah. Anyways. This one was cute. I think we kind of talked about it before. It was a nice animation thing. We've seen it in the past, and it's cute. I like it. Like it a lot. It's a nice, simple animation with a lot of grains, and we do like it. Other than that, that's about it. That's about it. I saved this one for potentially adding similar things to CAD, but I don't know. This is like achievements and badges for a certain person. The only reason why I wouldn't potentially do that is because we don't really have accounts. We do have profiles, but there is no real connection account thing. So, debatable. I don't know. I don't watch Tom Scott. This was fun because if you don't pay attention, that is the tomato aliasing, as the name implies. I don't know how they managed to have tomatoes that were always the exact same circumference so that they look that pixelated, but it's pretty impressive. Again, pretty impressive. I talked about the endings last week, and this one popped in again. And I also talked about this specific thing 3 weeks ago or months ago of designers moving from designing buttons as references of what they can do to designing folders. So this one is both indentation and folders at the same time. So that's a pretty interesting thing. But yeah, if you're a designer and you're trying to showcase your skills, create a folder icon. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. This one is interesting as well, mainly because of the range grab percentage slider thing. I think it's way more accessible than what we currently have in most places. The 48% might be a tad high, but if this is based for phones and touch, then it makes sense. If it's based for computers, it's a bit high. But yeah, it's a nice, interesting, detailed navigation thing. The only thing that I don't like about it is the distance in between the dots and the edge. That is not the same as between the dot and the top and bottom. Like, it's a tad more here. Cat, hi, what morning? But yeah, that's interesting. I like it. I like it. That's about it. That is about it. These popped in buttons. Again, they look similar to the one that we've seen before, which, that popped in. I, for some reason, said, you know what, I'm going to do that in Figma, obviously. And then I started. And then midway, I was like, that's a waste of time. I have better things to do. So I stopped. I deleted the files, which is kind of sad. I'll really show you, but yeah. It's a bit of a different thing. Going back to some of the things that we've talked about last week, this pattern, it's really much a pattern where you have a card that is extended underneath its bottom section, bottom edge, rather than having like two cards in each other. You have one with a tab underneath. So that's a pattern that I've been seeing for the past few months, and it might become something interesting. I don't know. But this one are all pretty cool. They look the same as usual, so whatever. This is a very old tweet, but it also reminds me of something that I've said on stream many times, specifically on that screen. Of that specific landing page. I think if we have the VOD, you might see me say the exact same thing, which they don't say anything right here, but it's just, there's too much micro interactions, too much thing that is mostly distracting of whatever the platform is supposed to do. So you're just looking at it as, oh, things are animated, things are moving, and it distracts you from anything. And then yeah, the thing that is interesting though is this. Since January 2024 and now in May 2025, the company's dead. So they spent, I don't know how much money on this landing page based on who designed it. I think it's either James or August that did it. It's probably like a ton of money. And now the company is already dead. It's pretty impressive to, you know, have that happen. So, yeah. And then that happened right after in my feed, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of the same thing. That's interesting, but I don't know. I don't know. Someone did this, which is interesting. Someone made a material expressive thing plugin, which transform any element on the page to the material expressive so that it's easier to spot based on what they have said right here. And Eddie, though it's not, but it's, I mean, it's useless. This joke, I don't know, kind of fun. It goes against what they have said here, which is Metro Design 3 expressive can make product easier to use. Our research show people spot key UI element up to 4 times faster in expressive. And the reason is here they needed to spot that button, which was right here. The thing is, in most apps, it's right there. It's in the same spot. It's just above instead of being right here. And therefore it's more visible and understandable because it's where people expect it to be. Right here, it's not. And so here, it's big, yes, but it's also where we are expecting it to be. So that is one of the reasons. So based on that message specifically, I have doubts on the 18,000 user tests that they have talked about last time. So yeah, I have doubts. Lots of it, as always. I mean, yeah, do that, Ken. Do that. These are fun. It's a bit of an interesting thing. This is some of the Japanese people that I'm following that are using Illustrator mainly and not Figma just yet. And most of the thing that they are creating inside of Illustrator is thing that we can't do in Figma just yet. So these star thing with the corner radius being inverted and all that, these things again are stuff that are native to Illustrator and have been there since at least the 2000s, if not prior to that, similar to text on path since 87 on Illustrator, but not there in Figma just yet. I'm guessing because this is some sort of a rotate copy situation. Might happen soon, but it might not. I don't know. Nonetheless, it's interesting and it's good tech. Nice to have. Lucia has mentioned something. One of my tweets about this specific element right here is one that blew up 3 months ago. But here they have a really good point of everything has too much animation. Any element that is selected or hovered gets like a bounce animation, and that is extremely distracting when you're trying to edit something, specifically because it moves in a way that is non-logical for editing a video. But yeah, I do agree with that point. It's a bit much. it is a bit much. Same pattern that I was talking about earlier, a bit of a tab, label, longuet, as the French say. So that's nice. We've had it, or we had this thing, which is similar to what I have in mind for Yan, for Heaper, in terms of illustration. Like, I feel like this would work, but also, I don't know. So, again, depends. When he comes, we could take a look and have a chat. There was something. I don't know. I don't trust this. As someone that has been on the market for physical elements, no. I don't think people would buy this at all. I don't think so. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think people would be willing to go back to physical keyboards anytime soon. I think they would be willing to potentially have the additional keyboard, the click or clack or whatever, from Mr. Mobile, the yellow one, potential. But other than that, that no, probably not. Probably not. Anyways, this was cute. Transition is really nice. It's a bit of a chromatic aberration without being a chromatic aberration. It looks really cool. It has a neat effect on screen. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I was thinking about potentially adding this as an effect on stream, but I don't know exactly how I would be able to do so. So, you know, debatable. Debatable. I saved this one earlier today because it's kind of fun to me that I'm talking about the Bezier game, and then a week later I'm seeing post about it on socials. Not saying that I'm the source for these things, but I don't see anyone talk about it ever unless I'm talking about it on stream, which is half wild to me. The specific thing was I talked about it, and the next day I had a post on Chinese TikTok about it, which, right, is kind of crazy. And then this one is from today, and I talked about it last week. So, I don't know. I'm not the only one to know this tool, of course, and I talked about it on Twitter as well. But it's kind of interesting to see that when I'm talking about it, I'm getting fed something that is similar later. Maybe it's just coincidence. I hope it is, but you know, that happened. That happened. This is mainly for the navigation thing. We kind of talked about it before, where these new floating circular navigation band are kind of the new norm, and Metro Design Expressive as is using the exact same thing again. But yeah, it's an interesting situation of a pattern. That UI is really bad though, but it's another detail. If you are on the internet, you know what that is. If you don't, if you aren't on the internet, you don't know what that is, and that's fine. And that is fine. These are cute. I saw them earlier today, and I haven't thought about dual colors. I thought about dual tone with the same color but twice, but I haven't thought about dual colors for the icons. I don't know if that's something that would be interesting to have with a primary color and accent color for a specific element of the icon. So what that would mean that in here, for example, on the duotone, we would have something in black and the other thing in colors, or vice versa. I don't know. Like probably on this one would be the cross would be red, potentially, or the bar would be red. I don't know. That could be something. you tell me if that's interesting. But because that's something that is already pretty much feasible easily, I feel like that's an option. I also feel like these, or most of these, would be color specific, meaning that if you are, let's go into our regular mic, for example. If we're here, that might be green, still green, orange, red, and extremely red for the volume meter as well. I don't know. So that would be color specific to the icons, which is an option. It's not impossible to do, but it might be a bit complicated to manage inside of the UI that you're building. So I don't know. And with that in mind, thinking about it, just thinking about it. That is absolutely true. If you use the cursor and the cloud, specifically Stony, I think that's basically what happens. What you ask it to, you know, do something extremely specific, and it does something absolutely different. Completely the opposite. But yeah. This was kind of fun. The effect that is right here reminded me of what I have right there in the initial planning of the app, and the highlight thingy that we had right here. I made them a tad less bright and less specific, but yeah, that was the initial take, and it's interesting that it's coming back, or someone else is doing something similar. So good to know. Good to know and good to see. Meng has created this thing again. I have a bit of an issue with it, but why not? Basically, they have created a library of prompt, which would generate things in a way that makes sense inside of V0 or whatever AI assistant you have. So you would probably output something that is similar, if not like identical to what has been showcased in the prompt itself. So that might be interesting to keep an eye on. It. I don't know if there is like a link or something. There is apparently, but yeah, that's yeah, something to check. I would say, right? Might work, might not work. I don't know. We'll see. I'm seeing details right there that we need to take a look at. Okay, cool. That is fun. I wish I could have similar effect on stream. This is something that I've tried to achieve at some point on the OBS filters. So it's just basically layering elements, but layering the camera with different effects, which is what I have kinda with the glitch effect. It is layering, and it drop frames and things, but you get like a choppy element effect. But overall, I do like the overlapping of the highlighter, choppy stickers, not stickers, marker is the word I was looking for, marker, and the photos themselves. So yeah, just keeping that in. Someone did this, and I mean, I kind of want to, but I don't want to say that I did it better, but I kind of did it better. I think my whole system of rotational selector, like the rotary phone selector thing that I made for the travel guide, is a bit better in terms of how the illustration kind of works together, because they are icons and they are rotating with the spokes rather than having them just growing in and out. Like right now, it kind of doesn't feel like a circle because they grow in the middle. And to me, it feels more like a pyramid, as if they were going from the side and then just because they grow, it seems like it's circular. But yeah, nonetheless, it's interesting. It looks okay, and it might be a new pattern. I doubt it. I doubt it. I have a question for those of you who are watching. What do you think this is? Because I have a... My first thought was absolutely not the same thing that it is for. That logo is... how can I say that? Misleading for me? That's like... Yeah, I'm gonna say what I saw the first time, and then you won't be able to not see it. I'm sorry, but this is a croissant. This is a a very flat croissant, but this is a croissant. In a weird way, but yeah. Specifically these ones. I feel like the center two should be combined to be a real croissant, like something that is a triangular shape. But overall, it really is the same size. You all have so much delays. Or caterpillar, yes. I feel like if it was a caterpillar, we would have like more space in the center to make the movement. But you know, to me, this is a fat ass purple croissant, which is kind of weird. Anyways, this is like, I feel like a lot of people are gonna use this effect that is coming from the shaders from paper, and I don't want to say I don't like it, but I don't like it, and I don't like it because it's just Apple made it once and then everyone is using it, but there is no originality in it. So yeah, it's kind of bad. This is mostly for cat. I don't think you would, but you know, I don't see why not. Pretty good headset edition. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I used to have one of them face mask, and then I threw it away because it was too small. But yeah, we like what they do. I mean, you can. You can. It is a tad expensive to import, which is the only issue that I have with that company specifically. Because you need to go through the Japan import, which is going through one of their retailing platforms. And it's not bad, but it's just, it costs a lot. A lot. But I do like them though. I do like them. I forgot if we have ass as well. Yes, we have some ass here and there in the options. But yeah, these ones are not yet on the store as far as I remember. I'm trying to see if we have something that is a tad similar. I'd say this is probably similar-ish. This is 19,000 yen. 19,000 yen is about 120 and 100 and... Yeah, 120 bucks. For this. And this is like a black PVC-ish thing. So the ones that are like clear, like that, not a bit more. They look really cool. They look really cool, and we like them. Um, I haven't posted a link on these, which is really sad. But yeah. Anyways, we like him, like them, and I would rather like go to the booth in Japan, because when I'm there, it's faster to just go to where they are and just buy the thing directly rather than having to import stuff and whatever. But it is cute. And then that happened. Polaritz is reading like Tote, I think that's the name, which is one of the newer camera app thingy with effects. And now they have stickers with the effect that are available, and it's a bit of a rotation carousel thingy, which is similar to what we currently have into iMessage packs. So if you're all from an iPhone to an iPhone and you have the ability to send plenty of images, like 5 or more, it will create like a bit of a stack, and you can cycle through as a carousel where the first image is going to go to the back, and it's an infinite-ish carousel, which is pretty cool. Yeah, nice details around here. Some of the other things, Apple has been releasing ads lately um, that we haven't seen before, and they have released these ads like not today, but like almost not long ago. And most of these are talking about features of the iPhone, specifically the iPhone 16, but they're talking about it today-ish, this week, when the new one is supposed to be dropping in like a week or two, or at least announce. Potentially, I don't know exactly when they announced the phone, but not so long, not in too long. Not in too long, not in too much time. God damn, I can't speak. So it's interesting to see that they have ads or new ads almost 1 year after the phone has been released. It's just popping out. So yeah, debatable, interesting concept, interesting things. They have like one ad that has been over the internet, at least on my side, for everything, which is one for Apple Pay with like the Apple Pay face that comes to life and have a bit of an interaction with the user, talking about the reward points. I'm not in the US, so that's not a thing. Here we don't have like cashback and shit. So I don't know. But yeah. And that's about it. So we have two things to take a look at today. We have this thing, which we just clicked in. My main issue here is that everything is too tiny, like me. But it might be interesting. And something similar on the other end is an other app system, which is paid. There is no free trial, so we can't really take a look at it. I don't think we have the ability to get like a free trial, test it out type of situation. But based on the previews and the output that have been created, it seems okay. Potentially okay, I would say. There are things that just don't make sense, and there are things that are really good. Some of the things that I'm seeing is that it is similar to Galileo that we have tested out before, in the sense that here, for example, if it fucking loads, god damn. I wish. I wish these things understood. Nonetheless, what I'm seeing here is the fact that the navigation on the first screen, the navigation on the second screen are not the same, and then these navigation that we just saw here are the exact same here, but it's also different. So the first one is the same as the second one, and this one is not the same. So they have a bit of an issue with consistency. But when we look at the outputs and the thing that they have created right here, it on paper, it seems pretty good. I think my internet is just dying right now. That's what's happening. Bitch. Yeah, well. But it seems interesting, and it might be good. It might not. And it seems to be similar or highly similar to what we have here with Mang. So, yeah, I don't know. Debatable, but yeah, these buttons, like these, look at that. That's crazy. It's tiny. That is tiny. That logo is cool though. That's cute. I like it. I like it. $20 a month, $10 a month. $20 a month for 100 message. Pretty limited. Also, 5 standard messages for free means either you know exactly what you need and you are an expert in prompting this specific AI that they are using, or it's just saying hi to the model and then say, let's go, let's start, and then that's it. And then you can't do anything else. So yeah, that's debatable. Anyways, it looks cool. That's all I would say. In the browse section, let's see what we have. If we have things that have been created, I see that some particle.js right here, something here, similar thing to blind. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. I don't know if it's limited to HTML. If that's the case, then that's kind of sad. And then looking at it from here, I also see that most of these are really much the same. Also, that's really much CSS based. Huh. Huh. Hey, I mean, if it works, bounds, as always. Nonetheless, I think, personally speaking, there is a ton of new platforms and new options that are going to be really similar to these, and are more and more popular overall to create content through prompting from a designer point of view rather than from a dev point of view. This is something that we've talked about before, where basically we do recognize that, well, it's going to be faster and it's going to be better to not have a design tool in the middle. So the thing that we used to do in 2006 was some designers had the skills to design the thing in HTML and CSS and then give that to their backend dev so that they could plug the data in a way that makes sense. Now, as of 2 years ago, we were giving PNGs to the devs, basically, not exactly, but kind of. And then the dev needs to redo the entire design inside of their tools. And most of the time, we, as designers, have been complaining about the fact that the dev implementation is usually shit compared to the PNGs that have been provided, because it's not practical for them to understand how the design should be made. So right now, with the ability to make designers generate code that is good, air quoting on this, and then providing the code to the dev that know what they need, they would just simply have to plug in the data like they used to do, which means that the backend dev are going to be more necessary than the front-end dev in the eyes of a CEO. So I'm not saying that this is true and this is the absolute truth and that the front-end dev are going to disappear. I'm mostly saying that from the eyes of a small startup CEO that doesn't really understand what needs to happen or what goes into each roles and each tech activities, they might see the fact that they can hire a designer that has the visual skills to go in, prompt something, generate like an outcome that is good enough for them to then hire like a backend dev, plug the data. And so for the cost of basically 2 person instead of probably 4, you can get the same outcome. So that's what I think is going to happen. Again, not saying that the front-end devs are going to go away, but I think the front-end dev are going to need to have a lot more design skills kind of soon in order for them to be able to compete with the rest. It's the same debate as UX designer and UI designers. A UX designer alone right now is less valuable than a UX UI designer. And a UX UI designer is less valuable than a product designer, because there is a lot more product and strategies and planning and thing that goes in it. So, the more stack you personally have, the better you are in terms of companies hiring CEOs and all that. But it's to be seen. Nonetheless, these things, I think, are going to take over a lot of the design market soon-ish, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, this one looked interesting, but I can't. I mean, we can't test it out, which is really sad. I wish we could. Because that's gonna, do that. Ask me to create an account. So we'll see. But yeah. Other than that, we have things. I feel like this is pretty cool. Just seeing the background right there. Yes. That. I feel like this background could be really used by myself as an animated background here on stream. For sure. Also, for sure, you can't really see that detail stuff. That's a very PewDiePie colors. It's also really bright. Nice to have. Sorry for the physics. The jiggles was a bit hard. No, I don't. I'm not a GTA person. I mean, I'm not a gaming person. That's the thing. I mean, if that's it, it's a lot of video on scroll. which is pretty impressive in terms of rendering. They have an issue with pairs. Seems to be. Yeah. Harder to do. Also, I don't know. I don't know much about the story. I don't know much about the content. What needs to be there. This is really cute though. That scroll nav thingy, and you can just reload it for some reason. It's pretty nice. That's it's pretty nice. It has a lot of things that are cool. It has too much animation, similarly to what I said in the beginning. Like the amount of transition animation on this website is way too much for what it brings to the user. Like the fact that it's everything is on scroll might be a tad much. Also, the parallax effect is really cool, but it's also very dated. So I don't know. I like these hover effects for the postcards. I feel like this is really cool. Um, yes. Yeah, I agree with that. It feels like the game is lagging when I'm like here and I just go lower. That hair though, got it. That strand is really broken, but the rest of the flow is pretty cool. Um, the whole concept is pretty nice overall. The fact that it's only PS5 and Xbox exclusive until it comes to PC, is that what they are saying? And if that's the case, and PS5 and Xbox are achieving this level of quality rendering, is pretty impressive. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It feels like the iPad website. I forgot if it's the iPad or the iPad Pro, but like I guess it might be the iPad. No, yeah, like these things that are like happening on scroll, but not necessarily just on scroll. Um, but even there is like a lot more static things and things that are supposed to be triggered when you arrive on that section, and not when you're scrolling to that section. Like because you're supposed to read stuff, but obviously not me. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like a bit of a distraction. I guess it's mostly yeah similar here. Like things that are moving through while you are drawing the page. I think that what I have in mind is the build. Um, yeah, shit like this. Yeah, I don't know enough So don't listen to me. But you know, um, I don't think GTA 5 would be as popular if there wasn't the online thing. Okay, I have a feeling that the role-playing GTA server thing that had happened in the past few years has made the game way more popular than it used to be because it has like a different use cases. And most people are not using or playing the game for the story anymore. They are playing the game for the online version with the role playing because it's funnier, it's more entertaining than just having the story. Um, which I get it, but it's also the same type of. Oh, yes, it is. It's the same type of argument of gamers want to have online, only online, nothing else. So, yeah. Kane, hi, welcome in. Um, yeah, they haven't closed it. Kane, that's what you're talking about. But we're talking about it because we are looking at the transition thingy. We were looking at the GTA 6 website, and everything is basically just a fucking on-scroll video transition. It's only in one direction. Like if I scroll back up, sometimes it goes back, sometimes it doesn't. Um, like here, for example, if I go back up, it just fades out and then it reloads. It's kind of weird. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to showcase like this bitch, which is sometimes fully video so that it's just there and you just see the things happening. And sometimes it's just on scroll, you have some animations. So I yeah. I don't know how to feel about either of these things. Um like, you know, maybe that's a me thing. Maybe that's a me thing. It's probably a me thing. I feel like if the game had a shader like this, I would like it more. Like this is cool and all to have realistic design and graphics, but I don't know. I feel like that cell shading ish kind of illustrative type is much more attracting, at least to me. And it's again, you know, very much me, very much biased on this one, but the graphics of Borderlands have been not necessarily the best, but just because of the cell shading and the styles and all that, it's been way more interesting, way more appreciated. It runs smoothly because the entire thing is not like a 120 gigs of textures, whereas here it feels like you're gonna need to run the thing in like I don't know, probably 150 gigs of textures just to make it run properly and smoothly. Um, whereas this would kind of run clean, easily. Yeah, it does. It does. Like it's a bit of a same thing as the Attack on Titan initials, like the first seasons. Um, and some of the things that we've had here with the very accentuated outline and things, which A lot of people were saying that this is goddamn 91 gigs. That's crazy to me. That is crazy. But yeah, when that came out, people were saying that this is like so brand new, so innovative of a style and so on. And I'm like, this thing came out in I don't know when, to be honest, in 2005, and I don't want to say that the design is the same, but the design is kind of similar. This is a football soccer thing, French TV show, animated TV show cartoon thingy, and the style is extremely emphasizing the outline of the characters, of all the characters, and it's like this is 2005 compared to um, this, which we don't have the date right there. Um, 2013. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless, and people were saying that it was like kind of brand new. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, 91 gigs for a game is kind of crazy. Some people have said that we should have um, a ban on tech. I don't know if you've seen that. People are saying that we should have, it's a bit of a joke, but it's also kind of true, like a ban on tech progression for the next 5 years. And they say it's not to counteract AI and AI development, but mostly we could like use AI development like measure to make it go through, but basically to ensure that the devs are optimizing the things to run on anything, like to make the systems run on whatever computer you have, and that you don't need like the highest tech possible to run one frame at a time. So yeah. Um, you used to watch Food Delivery? That's crazy. I don't know what Food Delivery it means. Um, I mean, it's already the case, kind of. So I don't. I don't think, in terms of output, like if China wasn't there, the US doesn't exist in terms of AI, right? Like the manufacturings of the chips, the manufacturings of the computers, the parts, the things, everything is China made. So I mean, uh, you know, complicated. But you know, I haven't. To answer the question, the initial question, I hadn't seen that website just yet. Um, I see. I thought. I think I saw the map is like 5 times bigger of the previous ones, right? I think. I don't know. I don't know. But yes, that's what I have in mind. The full map is supposed to be like massive compared to the previous one, and therefore I'm thinking about you and your GeoGuessr thingy, which might be interesting as well. Um, yeah, I wish. I understand like that's not necessarily an option, But I wish game company would go back to um, the game is one price, and then that's it. Whereas a lot of them right now are requiring like a subscription to play online or subscription to get access to some things. Um, but as soon as we make profit for some stuff and we're like, oh yeah, we need like a more more profit on this specific thing and we can have DLCs and yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. The last game that I played was Overwatch? And I think I had like no, it's called masturbation. No, I think the I think the online pass thingy from PlayStation. I did a weird thing. Where basically we had like the option to buy the pass for a year or some sort. I forgot. It's been a while. So yeah. No game. No game for me. Yeah. I think the PlayStation 1 makes more sense. A bit. But holy shit, why am I so tired? Already. Can't do that. Can't do that. But you know, I might have played Borderlands 3. Last. But you know, if I remember much, the last game that I played was on my PC, which is crazy because I don't play on PC. And it was a game of Overwatch before they made the update. So yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. The only thing that is good about that game that I lost because I'm noob and I don't like to play games, is because I played with that guy. I that was fun. Yeah, that was nice. Because he was like basically during COVID, he was streaming so much and not touring, and all of that. He had a lot of games with viewers, and yeah, just I was in the chat. I was available. I didn't really know how to play, but I said, you know what, we can try. Yeah, kind of weird, kind of weird. Nonetheless, was fun. Yeah, I mean, the only game that I play right now is Duolingo, kinda. I mean, not really. I'm playing Can most of the time. Much better. Another thing that we have seen about the Duolingo disappearing from social media, specifically from TikTok, is that there will be like a comeback for sure of like their marketing team, and yeah, good job. I'm not playing. Don't go back. Don't go back. Go back. I would disagree, but yeah. I installed League on my Mac in 2012 when it became known, and I tried it on my Mac 2012, and I could run at a staggering 6 to 10 FPS. So I stopped. Yep, been a while. It has been a while. Anyways, today we are learning stuff, and officially the learning sessions of today is creating more solid icons. So yeah, I mean, if you start from zero by yourself at a time where English wasn't my first language just yet, I was still in the learning phase. It was good, but it wasn't that good. And I just installed it because I heard that people were saying that it was good, it was fun, and they liked it. And that's it. That's it. That's the only reason. So yeah, that's a more complex thing to happen. But yeah. Anyways, in these, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. I do not. I have not had this. Going back to what I was saying earlier for the solid icons, specifically these ones because they make more sense, there will be a need for something later into ensuring that the visual weight and visual sizes of elements is adapted to the existing icons. So I know that these are thicker, obviously, but there is a need for, let's say, this, and then let's bring back the sidebar left from the duotone. Right, when you look at them from here, I fear, I'm almost sure, that the visual weight of this one needs to be like roughly as if we were like here at 22 to make them perceived as the same size or similar size. And the reality and the reason for this is that this way we could have like a bit of a switch in between on and off, right? So you go from one to the other. So this is a potential. I don't think. Let me see. I don't think it's that bad, right? But it might need to be a bit lower, so that would make it 17 stuff, 16 for the initials. Like these ones are 16 by 16 with 1/2, I'd say, top and bottom. So in total, you have something that is 17 by 17, but not really. So, you know, potential. We'll see. That might need to be there. It is a terrible experience, yeah. Specifically because I mean, I feel like right now, if you wanted to start LOL and starting playing League, you would have the ability to be like not bad. Right, if you go in there and you want to play games, goddamn, why is this in fucking uh yeah. Um you may have like in the game or in somewhere else have a bit of a tutorials how to play type of things. To really understand what happens or what can happen. But I mean, to me, it's really bad. That's the thing. It probably not probably it is because I don't understand it. 100%. I can't deny that. And if the tutorials are pretty bad as well, that's not gonna help at all. Not gonna help. I've been using the lasso really badly since it has been announced. It's really interesting to see how bad it is. Because goddamn. I had a bit of a question for the devs here. In terms of the icons related to devs and the thing that are around here, would you prefer each of the code-related icons to be inside of squares? Because solid icons, like the only thing that would be solid here would be the dots that define the branches and the release, the push, whatever. That the only thing that we could make solid. And so in order to keep that kind of vibe for everything is solid and everything is a bit thicker than everything else, we would have to get like these icon in when it makes more sense, like the terminal icon. Does it make more sense to you to get the icons inside of a square, or would it be something different? I don't know. Yeah, I tried. I mean, I tried. Kind of tried. Not really. What is this? What in the... That makes no sense. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know about killing viewerships. I just know that there is hatred for League for reasons that I don't know. Might be relevant or justified. but I don't know. I don't know. Bitch, what the fuck? I'm sorry. As soon as I flip it, it breaks. Why? I don't know. I do not know. Yeah, that makes no sense. I can't. I can't rotate it. Not rotate inside of the selection, which is one of the weird thing that Figma has made. Even in Figma Draw, you don't really have the ability to select like the points and say that needs to be rotated. It's not an option. But it's really weird. That makes absolutely no sense. That's not the point. If it works. If it works, it works. Anyways. So if I do the thing that I was saying, which is basically I'm getting these to be like that, I don't feel like it makes sense from a branch type of situation. It feels kind of wrong. I don't know why. So if you're a dev and you know why, please tell me. I don't like this. This feels weird. Also, Figma is absolutely breaking, and I hate it. I hate it. Can you tell me which one it is? Okay. But can you add me, um, in there? Could be good. Could be good. Any days. That's the thing. I think yours is called stream files, right? And I think it's right there. I think. Right? I also feel like we did something. Ooh, ooh. What in the XQC picture is this? God damn it. Uh, which one did I... Oh, this? That's the one you're talking about, right? I think. Yeah. What do you need, though? You don't need to open the file. You just need to tell me what you need. I think what I did was take the font to round it up. And yeah. And right here, it's an outline version. So... Oh, shit. I guess... one of these might work. Let's check. Well, goddamn, that's a lot. That's a lot. I feel like it's 12, and I then made sure that the A were not 12, which we can't do. So it doesn't really matter. The thing that I just gave you here gives you the ability to edit the font directly, so you should be able to type if you want to, by basically taking the fonts here, and I don't have access to this fucking font, but yeah, you'd be able to get like as long as you have text, yes. You need text in the layer. But yeah, and now that will give you the rounded. It might not be good again for the A's. I can't, with that technique, you can't really have like a neat and clean triangular shape for the A's. You are kind of set to whatever the radius is on the output. But yeah, that might be exactly what you need for doing it quickly. Otherwise, yeah. You're welcome. But yeah, that will help you as well to potentially get like more. As in, if you're here and you want... Ooh, interesting. Ooh, oh, that's weird. You want like, let me change that to enter so that I have something that works in black. If you wanted to change like the letter spacing in the here, you could do that, which is not good, but you could. Wanted this to be like tighter and so on, and you could have like a bit of a more weird, sticky effect. That's bad. What I just did, really bad. But you know, it's an option. That is supposed to work, and now it doesn't. That's so crazy. But yeah, that's a that's a thing. I think that way you have like the ability to just do the thing in a way that is making a lot more sense for you. Um, editable. Editable file is going to be way better for you than non-editable files, right? That's cute though.
No, let me try again.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Attention. Attention.
You might. Um.
Are you ready?
No. No. I was about to say you might be able to find a font that is similar, but I don't think you can. Like this one is really specifically stylistic in terms of the how curved it is, and you might find a black font, but it will be just a black font, which is not necessarily what you need or want specifically based on that. So yeah. Anyways, forget about it. If you want like a bit of a chunkier, rounder things, Air One is going to be really good. I know I told you that I don't know fonts, but I do know fonts, or at least some of them. In InDesign, we have some of them in the freebies, but there is like a ton of them in the options here. The New Wake is really, really much bad, and I like it for that. It's really geometrics, which is nice. Air One is one of the fattest option, and it's not that expensive if you are willing to pay for the fonts. And there is more obviously, but these two are really good. The thing that is nice is that sometimes in these things you have the demo version, and that is like a free demo so that you can test it out for personal use. And yeah, it's free, so you know. Uh, that's appreciated, but they have like a nice overall font. Might not work for everything though. That's the thing. These are nice. The other one is going to be really bloop, which is, you know, neat. But I'm also extremely biased on this one, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah, but you can round them up, which is basically what I just did, which is the reason. Similarly to what I did for not there. What you ain't. Where you ain't. I'm looking for a very specific file, and I can't find it. The thing is, it's supposed to be right there, but it's not right there, which is really bad. Because that's weird. Give me a sec. Did I not? Kinda did not. Like these ones. This is L1, and it's really dated. And this is Bleep Bloop. Bleep Bloop is really good because it has this name. But it is rounded. Not too rounded, but tad rounded. Would you like it? Something we will talk about at some point on stream. I don't know if I'm ready for that just yet. Might. Maybe not today. Maybe not today. Anyways. Officially doing icons today. Which thing? Which thing you're talking about? Oh, that. Yeah. Tell me. Gonna be pretty good if I do that. You have a video? God damn. Oh, maybe that's better, yeah. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I see. I mean, I don't see because I don't know, but okay. If you have like references, videos, stuff, I would love to take a look at it. I feel like that might be making more sense. With the two lines makes more sense for the ink drip, but the center needs to be like the inner and not the outer. So I'm debating just duplicating it and removing this here and inverting it. And then here removing these. Just get that together. I feel like that makes more sense in terms of icon. Again, pixelated. It might be a tad big, and my edges are tad rounded, but also that, that works. It works. It works. I think this needs to have the thing, as an element on its own. So I'm gonna attempt something. Just making it bigger and then duplicating it. outlining it. And probably, oh, probably not. Probably not outlining it. Let's cut it up though first.
Mankind does not want us to dream.
But because of how things are, in order to make it work, I kind of need to outline the thing when they are not rounded. So as sharp as possible to have the least amount of points and then resharpen them or re-round them afterward. So for this one specifically, I kind of want to have the bottom section and the top section as two different elements. So I'm going to just do that quickly. We have the things in two separated elements, but this one can take the radius of whatever before I outline it, and this one will require this specific thing to outline it now, but I can have the inside only filled, and then these are going to take probably a radius of 1 on these, a radius of 3 on that. Make more sense. And then these two are going to be blended together. That gave us an 1868. That's a tad weird. I'm fine with it. Bit short.
Androids can dream.
Yeah, it does. It does. It is similar, indeed. I feel like this one is closer to the one that I did and that wasn't really validated in the secondaries, third options. Like that one right here or right there. This one. Kinda for the bang, you know. Kinda. And then that's this, basically. Right? Same vibes. Interesting. I never seen any of these two. Never seen any of these, which is pretty impressive. Did you take a look, by the way, at the PDF that I sent you? Absolutely not. Which is probably the case. Absolutely not, because it's been a while. And you don't need to. You don't need to. It's fine. I kind of like this. I feel like it could be the opposite. When you look at the official macOS Flash Figma icon, it is the opposite. It is the liquid section that is transparent and white to take on the colors. And technically, in some cases, I think on macOS, it fills up with the colors in question. But I decided to do the opposite. So, yeah, no. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. I had questions about this one. I don't know exactly how to do it, so I'm gonna keep it for later's. Later's gonna be fine. And then these, think like this is the only option. Just do that, and then subtract the dots, which seems kind of lazy. But I don't know. It is lazy though. Don't get me wrong on this one. It is lazy. Does it work? Yes. So, you know, I just made neg 1.5 instead. Had more subtle. A tad more subtle. Oh, it's gonna be weird. I think the only good thing about the Figma Draw edition right now is this. The fact that you have the lasso tool available and that you can do stuff with it in a way that is non-destructive and really good on its own. That's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Hmm. Service take time. Welcome on in. Welcome back. How is you? I feel like this is a really bad move. If I think about it for a second, mainly because, well, it's bad. But mostly because an inverted trademark and an inverted copyright is kind of weird. Not what we like to see, or not what we like to see, but what we are used to see. Like it exists, but it's not. It's no good. Bitch, get out. Yeah. How was your weekend? I was like, ah, I saw. Ah. I see. I mean, I don't see, but I see. Do you like it? Because they can give you a haircut like Elvis, and you don't like it, or they maybe you do like it. You do like it. That's what's matter, right? Figma is struggling right now. It's crazy. That's kind of sad. I mean, review. What do you think of it? That's the. I think you probably said something. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. I see. That's crazy, though. Me? Misalignments? I think I know where they are. Uh, or I think I know which one you are talking about. Which makes sense. Does make sense. You played Palworld. Interesting. Do you like it? Did you like it? It's one of these games that I haven't played because I don't play games, but also I haven't played because I haven't watched anyone play it. I think I came on someone's stream at some point and they were playing it, but I didn't stay long enough to understand anything. Like, I just, yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, again, if you enjoyed it, that's the game. Like you just need to enjoy the game that you played, and that's it. If you don't, you don't. Nothing else to say. These might be a bit tight in terms of cut off, but now that I outlined them, basically, I don't know. I could get rid of it though. Just use the lines. Ugh. It makes sense though. I think. Same thing here. I don't know if I like the fact that these could be points, like pure points. That would make it worse. Whereas here, yes, that needs to be. Dang. Don't have anything else to do for this. I guess I can outline most of them and do that in one go rather than doing that in multiple goes. You know, that way I can just get in. What do you add? Slight, yeah. Some people have been saying that it was really good, though. That's the debatable part. Here, it's like that happened. So like, basically, what they have been saying is they had so much fun in Power World just because it's allowed them to do things that they usually can't in Pokemon and other games of the similar type. Um, but yeah, again, never played it. Talk about it. Yeah, that might be true. That might be more than true, to be honest. Um, sorry, that wasn't part of the plan. Yeah, that might be a tad tight again. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Might be okay. Might be okay. This is really bad. I mean, I've been just doing that really quickly without really paying attention to what I'm doing for no reason. Um, it's not good. I wouldn't recommend it. What I'm doing right now. It's just, yeah, it's really bad. It's a bad move. I'm gonna complain about it in like 3 months. I'm still doing it, but yeah, it's gonna be real bad. Um, let's see if I can fix this though. So here, point, straight, done. No point, no point, no point, no point. That's better. As always, the thing that you need to take into consideration when you're building SVGs and icons in general, the least amount of points, the like lighter in a way, the output is going to be. And so if you can clean up your files to make sure that you have well, less points than necessary or just exactly what you need, you will end up with something that is cleaner and easier to manage in the long term. So, you know, take that into consideration when you're building your icons. All of this is a lot of mistakes that needs to kind of be fixed. And one of the easiest way would be to, instead of doing it with just removing the points themselves, I would recommend to do something like this. You move that here, you remove that handle and that handle, that they are kind of flat. Then you bring that back, you merge these 2 points, then that you give it the amount of radius you need, which is supposed to be like 3 or 4 on this one, and that gives you basically just 4 points in general. But just it is better though, right? Just it is much better, but it's more time consuming. And Figma is not liking it. Wish we could do that though. Let's do that all at once. Might be better. Cool. So this point and this point. Yeah, cool. That. 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 Not necessary. Points are not necessary either. Good to know. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's much better. Oh. Here is the issue. These ones would need to do the same thing, to clean them up and have that at one corner radius right here and so on. The main issue that I have is with the dotted line, because they do need the radius as well, but when you keep the radius in there, yeah. So that you said that already, Ken. You did say that, but also yes. This is a line, but not a line. This is like a component, and it's kind of, yeah, weird. Like I don't know why it's breaking, but yeah, that's what I thought. It's just it's a component. Yeah, and if I remove the circle, it's just, it went back. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it is extremely limited because it is not part of the budget. Like the request was 2 logo, 1 color palettes, done. So, yeah. I could. I could. It's just not really working at the same, like this was supposed to be the exact same thing, and now they're not the same, which is weird. It's done. Don't worry about it. I'd say that's a good inspiration board. Uh, I thought you would also say something about here. The alignment on these ones on a bit debatable in terms of representation, but yeah. And basically these are freebies. The only thing that was asked for is these two, like two logo and one color palette. So we already have one singularly added color palettes, and like this is just in case you want to check it out and have some experiment and things. Um, you know, have that. Also, this one is readable. But yeah, Morton, hi. Welcome on in. This one? Oh no, the fourth one. Yes, it's not, but you don't really have any choice for busy images. Um, like a full black would be potentially readable, but also you would lose a lot of things. And it's a bit of a representation of I should have marked it as red rather than available, like something of don't do this, but I didn't. So, that's okay, but not good. You also thought that this was a sample of what not to do? Hmm. No, this is from the assets. Available things. Yeah, in the PDF you don't have much. They got access to this file specifically with everything. So they have all of the little things, all of the little stars, options, the thing that they can add to this weird thing that I just did for fun. But yeah. And it's safe areas. Yeah. This is one of my last freelance project that I finished. I have another one that is going on, but like this one is the latest one that has been delivered on Friday, basically. I mean, technically no, technically mostly on Wednesday, but yeah, this a unified brand in between the two, something that made sense for people to like kind of understand the relationship in between both things without really thinking about it. So they had like this bright green option, and then I kind of went with a bit of an explosive research because the research inspiration are coming from these. So we have a ton of explosive and lights, bright colors here and there. So we wanted something to be basically standing out on any background. So for the agentic web, which is something that is going to be usually on an email that you receive, you get something that is a bit impactful and you remember it, but also it is like the safe area is the points of the pixels rather than anything else, meaning that if you had an array of logos, you take the safe area agentic web compared to the other ones, it would stand out just because of the spikes being a bit brighter and wider. So that happens. But yeah, it was a fun like fun research. The research was the heavy topic of trying to figure out what is the vibe that we wanted to get to, what was like the shapes, first IDs, so on. And then when I kind of produced the first things, this one was my favorite, was my first initial ID that I really liked. And mixing it with this one kind of worked. The compact version also is a good thing, but you know, things happened. And then it's experimenting with a lot of fonts, shapes, and weird ass things. So the good thing is during the client meeting that I did, I asked them if they wanted me to be like targeting to their niche or not. And because they say kind of no, I went into like, don't tell me what you do. So I don't exactly know what these logos are for. I mean, I do, but I don't. And I just know what they need to inspire in terms of what they wanted to have in terms of perception from where it's coming from and what is like interested to them. So they wanted something that is impactful yet refined and memorable and good enough to be backed by venture capital's money. So the goal was to have a talk. I mean, they had a talk basically 3 weeks ago now, and they needed one for their backdrop slides and things to make sure that they had a logo that was presentable. So something that would be able to say, well, I can pay, I can give you some money to, well, venture capital things, VCs. So we went into something like a bit more classical yet luxurious, but still in the mold, but not too much, but kinda. So we need to do a lot of research on this. They liked this one a lot, for some reason. And they liked this one a lot because of the globe, because it's really tech bro related. It was really not good. So, you know. And this, when we decided for the first, yes, that's a go. Yeah, but they really liked it though. Because it was boring. That's the thing. I had like a ton of fun with the star and the research on the star. I feel like this one was the most interesting one, but it didn't go through, which is pretty sad. This one was really interesting, specifically when I did the horizontal line, like scan line for VHS type thing. It was fun. But yeah, most of these are not, like they are mostly games, not necessarily working for like a logo itself. They I mean, some of them kind of work, but some of them don't. But yeah, these ones are really fun. The research that I did for this in terms of, what is it? There. Like, agentic web is AW and this is DS. So we have AWDS instead of that graphic thing. It was kind of fun. I do like this a lot. I do like this effect a lot, but because they are also concerned about accessibility, this is kind of bad for readability in terms of how it looks. But yeah, like these were kind of fun to get to explore. And right now that I also have the ability to get like these textures and you know electrified element, I'm sure there is something that could be interesting with it. But yeah, it was a fun thing. This palette is much better than the green one. From my point of view, like the output that we have here and there are pretty good. But yeah, experimenting with the stars, experimenting with the effects. This one was really good for the girly pop type um, logo, but also not their vibe, which is sad. Much sad. Um, that palette right there. I like this not more, but it has like a warmer feel to it, and it's more approachable color-wise than this one. I mean, not really, but yeah. It's these one are just explosive, so that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, do like that more. Than having fun on the pattern. Small pattern thing that I did also interesting, good to know. If you are someone that is like delivering something that is feasible in code, and the person that you're working with is someone that does code, um, having the initial thing that you can export and then using it as a tile for the background, and then like getting a skew in CSS, like transform skew minus 10 degrees to get this, which will then give you basically that layout thing, is appreciated. But yeah, these are really fun. It was a nice project, kind of fast project. Overall, the data output, pretty nice. I have more than this though. Like my regular deliverable for brand guidelines has 4 to 6 more pages than this. Uh, things as the do not do for the logos, things as the color, like the color usage. Sometimes some colors work together, some don't. The fonts, the layouts if necessary, the use cases in landing pages, and so on. Nice. Again, I like it. The fun overall logo. I don't know. I like the green, as always. I almost went for mine, but didn't. But yeah, and then this cat, I do agree with you that it feels weird because it's not really the same thing. But you know. Eh. Yeah, I did most of it already. I could have delivered it and said, here's what we have. But then it's free work, and that's not, I mean, it's not as bad. It's just not good. And also it makes it look like um, you're willing to do things for free. So limiting yourself to just what has been like validated for the scope and not going over the scope is good for client relationship in the future as well. Like my last communication email that I had with them was basically saying, We could bring that to be like a full branding project if you want to. I have a bit of a start, and that would make it much more interesting. But you know, whatever. I feel like I should have done that from the start. Also, Stony, why? What happened with the ISP? Said that, and then you said nothing else. What's happening? What's happening? So much cleaner. 4 points instead of 16. Ah, a point. Hmm. Hmm. I see. Ah, yeah. Also, you don't. I mean, I get it. You don't have like a next day installation type of situation thing. 4 weeks. That's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy to me. I see. Yeah, I mean, I can understand. Yeah, that's sad. It is sad. Oh, uh. Yeah, that's bad. Uh, Probably because I don't have handles again. Same situation as earlier. That's good. Good. Cool. All of these pretty good. Um, Really good. Nox, hi, welcome on in. Have you tried using the new shape builder tool in Figma? Not really, kinda. It's kinda shit as expected. It works half of the time, um, but it it doesn't shape build exactly as we want it to do. Um, the reason why I'm saying this is because it only works when you have two shapes together and not a shape that you want to build out from. So, for example, if I'm here and I have this element that is my shape thing, and let's say I want the point to be like filled up. I need to go in and go into the shape builder thing. If I click on that, it doesn't really shape build because it's not too shaped together. So for that use case specifically, it's just not useful. However, for what I was trying to do here and the well, real shape builder, yes, would have been a bit easier. At the end of the day, it's just a rectangle and a rectangle, so that it doesn't take much time. But yes, could have been. Could have been. But also, hi, welcome in. Yeah, you have to select two shapes to have the thing. The thing is, right here we have only one shape. It's not like two separated things. So not not gonna work. Not gonna work. I think I was about to say the most places when we could have something is not there. I don't think we would have any shape building option. The only or good thing that we have right now is using the lasso. The lasso is good in the new update. Like I can just come in and lasso thing really quickly without being like too careful about it. That's good, but roughly it. This one is going to be a tad strong. What? All sense. But yeah. How am I going to do that though? Oh, that's not going to work. Oh, most of these icons are um, not going to work in Solid, which is the reason why I postponed so much of it. Just because it's just so much things for no reason. Goddamn, that was close. Oh, yeah, we did it. I think. I think. Let me check. In the player specific. Yeah, right there. Right. If that's what you're talking about, right? This device, like it's the output device. So that's the menu that I did specifically for here. And it's basically just if you have a TV, you have the name and so on. Um, the only thing that I didn't do is use the right icon for obvious reason. I used the monitor icon instead of the TV icon because the TV icon just makes no sense. But if it works for you, it works for me. Like this icon is really cute. We do like it. So yeah. Grove, hi. Interesting. More fun than in between 9/11. But yeah. Welcome on in. I should do the same question, Nox and Crow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I forgot to say that, but welcome on in, both of you. Appreciate it. But yeah, that's the thing. Um, you do need a device identifier. That would be the name. So right here you have current device, another device, whatever this thing is, and so that would be the name. So if you have a mobile phone that is available, it would be mobile phone name device identifier, whatever it is, if you have it. But yeah, like something like right now, I don't think I do have the ability to do so. Yeah, like taking a look at what is available with the names, because the system is supposed to know the name, or at least the system could extract the names. So yeah, that's your dream hair. Well, I could uninfluence you right there. It's annoying. It is annoying, but thank you. Um, yeah, that's the thing. The goal is to make it as easy as possible to just reach whatever. So if you have a speaker, you get a speaker. If you have a computer, for some reason, you get a computer, phone, whatever. But yeah, the also, am I pronouncing your name, um, right? Like in the that's some titties again. In the old days, well, I'll find it. I used to have the hair. I wouldn't say it is uh, like that much longer here. Like I said, that's probably 6 months longer overall. Um, the back seems the same though. I feel like the back is the same length right now. It's just the front that isn't. But yeah, to be honest, right here, much better than now, and then here, a lot more maintenance and annoyance to basically maintain pure white as much as possible for the longest time. That yeah was a thing, but nonetheless, yes. It's nice though. It's just my vacuum cleaner is full of hair, my shower is full of hair now, and my clothes are full of hair, and yeah. I mean that happens. You can have wigs. Current wigs are really good though. I mean, I know it sounds like I'm joking, but no, current wigs are really good. Um, I appreciate it. Appreciate your first message then. But yeah, as always, if you have any design question, feel free to ask. I appreciate it. But yeah, well, this is the whole menu, Stony. Like, at least from my point of view, this is the whole menu. I don't know what else you want to have in the sub menu, but I don't think it's necessary. And like whichever is the current device would be the active version. So if like if you are currently on this one, that's the one that is active and selected. If you are currently on this one, that's the one that will be active. That's it. I don't think a menu would be useful on the side. Why? Like, I don't think it's necessary to define, like, if I'm on, right? If I'm on my phone and I have a thing that is called this phone or whatever, I don't know how, but you put it above it, I mean, it makes no sense. It's just like, where the fuck do you want the thing to be played? And then if it's like on this phone, then you activate this phone, and then this one is going into non-activated, and that's it. Like, the separation that Spotify is doing, in my point of view, is useless. It's a bit of a distraction for what you want to do. What is the goal? The goal is just to send the music wherever. Well, if it's a speaker, it's somewhere else. So it's not like a device. So it can't be this device. And speaker one and speaker two is like, that's, again, that's on you. Like, you didn't name your speakers properly. Do I care? No. Am I providing you the list of things that are available? Yes. You don't need the unique identifier. Again, like, I don't have a unique ID on this. I just know that this is like a living room speakers, which is the name that I gave to the speaker. And this is my AirPods, which are linked to me and are currently linked to the computer. Like that. That's it. Like, there is no need for more fluff than the name of the device. The name that the device has on the network is available. So, could be good. Like, having this makes absolutely no sense. This is the most useless for power users thing that you can have. And if you don't name your tech, you don't name your tech, but that's your fault. I'm not going to complain about that. So no, you shouldn't have a unique ID. And then the has option, that's debatable. I don't think having an option or whatever, like a menu, right, would be necessary. I don't know what you would do with it. So, yeah. I don't know if these commands are up to date. Just so you know. There's like more commands that are not bot related, but are still available. Yeah, we'll just do that. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah. Yes. That's an option. Not really Twitch advertised, but yeah. If you really want to have like a separation with this device, like current device and other devices that are available, let's say that your phone is the current device, you could, even though I don't think it's a good idea, you could just do that and have a divider that, you know, is there. So this is your current device always at the bottom, and then the other devices that are available are going to be above. So you have the separation. It's useless. Useless. Uh, I personally wouldn't. I would just list whatever is available. Like it's same thing as usual. Like don't overcomplicate the UI for the user. Like if they have the ability to send the data and the music, video, whatever to a device, and it's available and it's a compatible device, then yeah, 100%. Like I wouldn't see the speaker if I'm on watching a movie, for example. Like that would make no sense. If I'm just watching a movie and it's not just music, then speakers shouldn't be available. I should only have available the thing that makes sense for the type of media that I'm currently consuming. Meaning that music is going to be available for everything, and then movie is going to be available for everything except speakers. But yeah. Yeah, but you have the same thing if you're on your phone, for example, looking at a media player, and then you press the button to send to the TV. You could have like with SharePlay, whatever it's called for Android. Well, same thing, right? It's the same behavior. Like if you're on your phone and you want to send that to the TV, send that to the TV. Yeah, that's the thing. So device name is whatever device that is available on the system. Like this is not necessarily the same thing, but and also this is like Bluetooth, so it's different. But these devices have names, and you know, if it's available and I can connect to it, I have their name. I don't have their IDs. I don't have their unique IDs. I just have the name that I gave them. And if I didn't give them everything, like it's just MX Master 3 or MX Keys, that's the initial device name. So that makes a lot more sense to me than having like a thing that has a UID and all that. But yeah, that's where I land. That's where I land. Do I like this? No. I feel like this is needing to be cut like somewhere around here. To get that might be a bit less comprehensible. That sounds really weird. I should queue on that. Bleh. Yeah, I was debating this one though. I don't see what I can do for this to make sense in solid, because making the card solid with the magnetic band being reversed makes less sense, and making the mouse of the ATM solid doesn't make a lot of sense either. I don't know. Keep it for later. Yeah. Also, going back to the shape builder thing, I think overall it's a necessary feature. I think Figma is good to add it, but they once again have added it in a way that is not the shape builder. Like, it's close to what we're used to with the Illustrator shape builder, but at the end of the day, you end up with something that is not necessarily what you are used to, and it doesn't behave the same way. The one that I have the gripe with is the rotate copy. This thing doesn't behave like any rotate copy that exists. The one in Sketch, for example, gives you like a point to give you distance. Here, in order to define the distance, you need to go with the gap in between the elements, and you are basically pixel by pixels, or unit by units, and it's just kind of weird. It's not necessarily working as you want it to work, but then you can't define the angle at which you want the copy to be at. So if I reverse that, just to give you a bit of an example, if I have a rectangle right there, and I want to do this, right? That's one of the shape that I want to have. In order to get that with my rotate copy, I need to take this, make a rotate copy on it, ensure that this is at 0 so that they are on top of each other. And then if I add 7, I'm kind of fucked. If I add 6, I'm kind of fucked. If I add 5, I'm fucked. 4, I'm fucked. 3, I'm fucked. 2, I'm fucked. I can't. Like, I don't know why, but you cannot achieve just 4 rotation with this. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. So I basically need to ensure that I have this to then roughly get my counts together, like 8 rotation, and then, and only then, will I be able to get like a shape that is similar. But it makes no sense. Whereas if I take that back, right here, and I just do duplicate element and then rotate to go here, and then command I mean, just 2 technically, I have the thing that I was looking for. But the initial command D, control D, copy, rotate that they have put in place a year ago is way more efficient than what they have presented here in the rotate copy. So the whole Figma draw thing, to me, is features that should have been implemented inside of Figma design and not a secondary file or secondary type of projects. But, you know, that's me. It's really sad. Again, I said that in latest YouTube video as well. I'm really sad about the fact that they fuck shit. I mean, they fuck things up every time. They can't figure out how to implement something correctly so that the people that are requesting the features are happy with what they are getting. And it's sad because they should be able to, but no, every time it's just breaks. And also I mean, right now, this is what pisses me off. They said one of the first thing they said in the config was, we have noticed that your files are extremely heavy and it's complicated to navigate and they lag and all that. And so we made them, I don't remember how much, but like much faster. And I mean, here, and every time that I edit something, it just lags like crazy. So they just lied again. It's so sad. So, yeah, I have gripes with Figma. I wish they did it. I wish they just, did whatever, and they did good, and then we wouldn't complain about it. But I don't think that's gonna happen. That's a bit lazy. Not gonna lie. This one, a tad lazy. Not a tad. Lazy. Just lazy. Just lazy. This one is gonna be the same as this. So then I'm gonna have an inverted of this top of it. Do we want to do that? That's not a bad idea. That's gonna be big though. That might be the only reason why I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, that might be a tad big. Bitch. This looks like this is the pill that is not allowed, whereas this is the pill that is like a tablet. So I feel like this is sitting. Duplicate. Yeah. I I don't know. I I've been using Figma for so long that I'm kind of immune to their bullshit now, in a good way. Like it's they have added stuff that are good. No complaining there. Just it makes sense. It's good. We're happy with it. But then they have added other things that just makes absolutely no sense. And a bit much. Oops, nope, not that. Like the thing that I was on a second ago, the the divider that is right there, which I could select right here. Dang. You can see that it has this square end and start right here. But from here, I can only do it one by one, right? If I do round on this one, it's going to do both at the same time for some reason, but we don't really understand. And then when you go back, you can now again do them one by one. Whereas if you go into the settings, you have the ability to get the endpoints wherever, however you want them to be. And it's just weird. Like they are placing things, like replacing things where we used to have them, and it fucked us up. It's really weird. It's really weird. Same thing with the auto layout. The auto layout alignment used to be on this side, on the right side, and now it's on the left. For no reason. Just they want to put it in another way. And now I'm kind of struggling every time. The other thing that is pissing me off is if you have like a shape, let's say this is your shape, right? You're here, you have your radius. So you can add a radius of 1, for example, and a radius of 1. Cool. But then if I go inside of the shape and I select this point, because I need this point to be like a specific radius, it's not there anymore. It's here. Like they moved the thing that I'm used to have exactly in the same place every time somewhere else. So for the first 60 times, I was basically just straddled because every time muscle memory goes into the direction in which it's supposed to be, and it's not. It just it makes me think that they haven't tested the app with regular users. They have tested the app internally, and internally they know how things are supposed to work. Like I've been building my own app, so I know how I use it. But then someone new, I need to remember, okay, so if I've never seen the app, what can I do? How does it work? Just like it's infuriating. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Yeah, other than that, it, other than that, it's pretty good. I'm lying, but goddamn. Am I making these like butt plugs, or am I making these like better? I feel like I could do that. That's gonna be my plug. I'm getting this here, and then I'm gonna take this. This is gonna take that. I think. So this one is gonna be outlined. Yeah. The other thing that is obviously something that I don't have access to is the organization slash enterprise high level Figma tier, which has features that I would love to have access to, but because I'm just on the professional plan, I don't have access to. And there might be things in there that makes more sense to have, or that basically justify the current state of the implementation. Maybe they have like a a reason, you know, maybe. Um, but I don't know that. And oh no, that's wrong. That's the wrong thing. Sorry, my bad. That's what I need here, and then you there is supposed to be flat. Cool. That's the thing. Um, yeah, it looks kinky. Uh, the, again, there might be things that they have put in place for reasons because the enterprise plan, the organization plan have requested and said, yeah, that would make more sense for us to get this working. But you know, I don't have access to it, so I don't know. Is this making any sense? I feel like it doesn't. That's interesting. I don't know if I like it, but that's interesting. It's not a tree, though. But it's fun. That's bad. Oh, yeah, no, I like that. It is definitely a bug plug, right? I mean, specifically these ones. The one that is going to be one is this one for sure. But you know, I just saw something again. I have 7 notifications from my bank. God damn, how crazy are they? Um, so we have 3 layers. We get that. This one is my top layers, which is basically just that point. Is the subtraction. Second is basically my tree. It's just that. And third is basically trunk. Just that. That's gonna be weird though. Yeah, sir. Ah. Uh, yes. Yes. I think it's gonna be somewhere around here. And then that's gonna have like 1. But in order to make that same shape, I need to be like half a point. I need this to be like here. Huh. Oh, that's probably why. I was debating, why don't we have more radius on this? Nope. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Hmm. And that thing also, same thing. Right now, the way that the fucking handles are behaving, it used to be a regular drop down, and now it's not. That is a butt plug, for sure. No question. No, that's the regular. You know, that's the regular cones. You have a flared base, so you're good. You're safe. I feel like this is useless now. Cool. So these two are going to be together. Or, and then here, I feel like we don't really have plants. Okay. Kind of hard to do plants in solid. Ooh. See, that's also a thing that I don't understand. Why do we have multiple points? Like, it makes no sense. Why are we adding useless points in that whole arched things behavior? Like, we should just have 1 point here and that's it. Nothing else. Like, these makes no sense. The other points makes no sense. Really weird. Yeah. A pool sickle? I don't know. A poop sickle? Hmm. 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 I'm gonna try something. Just as a, just as a test. I like that. I like that though. There's no outline potential here. These are gonna require so much more. I'm not gonna do that. Oh, that a second ago. Hmm. God dang. Yes. Good idea. Today's blueberry were really good. For me, they my usual 300 grams per day. Uh, they had less mold than usual, and they had big ones. So there was One specific. Let me see if I have it. Let me see if I can find it. Where is Liam? Liam, where are you at? You know what? I should just search. Nope, right there. So I know that this is not necessarily, you know, in your realm of abilities, mainly because of what it requires, right? It kind of requires like a Ninja Creamy type of things. A blender can work, but it's not the best, but can works. And their recipe, not this one specifically, but like the initial from Ellie, I think, kind of works and seems pretty good for blueberries. So, ice creams and shit, you know, or deficit and shit, you know. Thank. Weird. 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 Yeah. The mixes kind of works. Kind of. Not the best, but it works. I really like that broken bow, bitch. It's really nice. Like that? I'm debating. I am debating. Yeah, I feel like in order to make this work, I'm gonna need to basically close the path. And so if I just do this, that's not gonna be really good. So I kind of want to do something like that to get like a bit of a curve. Right, to be natural. And then that feels wrong. Wrong. Yep. It does feel wrong. How to fix it? I don't know. I don't know. Some of these are easier than others, to be honest. Some of these just take no thinking, just whatever is available already, and just take the outline and be good with it. And it's just going to be a matter of ensuring that it's visually aligned with the rest. But these kidney beans are going to be kind of complicated to ensure. I don't think a kidney bean would be filled and black. Kidney. That's testic. These are testes. No. Ah. Not kidneys. Yeah, it's bad. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. I don't know. Fair point. I don't know about this one specifically. Feels like it's not gonna be good. Mainly this element that I'm not sure about. Let's see. So I need 1, 2, 3 layers. This one is going to be the abstraction layers. Then we have the cap. Basically, I can just do that. And then we have the body, which doesn't have a cap nor it's inside. That's our initial thing. Then body is getting that subtracted. I really don't know about this. And then that is the cap. And I feel like if I get it to resemble, the cap would still keep like the distance. That might be good. Okay. I see. Yeah, dang. Makes more sense. Alright. Better than expected. Better than expected. Hmm. The tip needs to remain inside on this one. So that's a bit complicated, a bit different, a bit sad. Anyways. Anyways. This one is going to take longer than expected, for sure. For sure. We'll see. Ugh. Yeah. 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 The lasso is really nice. It's just I haven't personally used the lasso in like I don't know 10 years, if not more. God damn it. And I just the way that I move my mouse is just not as precise as it used to be. So that's a bit sad. Bit sad. How do I go about this one? I do like it in line, obviously, because you know. But Rossandri, congrats on the confettis. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How's the weekend? I do. Depends. What do you want to know? What? I can't do that on stream. I can't. If you send me like a YouTube link, maybe I can listen to it. But because we're using Spotify for the stream, I can't click on that. Sorry. And also because DMCA and shit. I think we're struggling so much. I'm scared about this one. I don't know how it will look with the inside inverted. Thank you. That's loud. That build up is a bit build up-y. It's a tad classic. Ah. I know you can't hear it. You can't have this on stream. That's the reason. I can't. That is a DMCA for sure. It has so much samples of things that are from other songs, which makes sense. This is techno, but yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, the sax is always the same thing, which is kind of sad. Anyways, I do like it. It's a tad. It's sad that you can't hear it. I know, but not risk that for myself. But it's nice. Was nice overall. Because yeah, I think the overuse of the regular tax to me is a tad much. So debatable, not bad, not bad. Wait, fine. Nothing happened. You don't know. You don't know. I should have done that. That's true. That's true. That might be weird though. No, no. Might be weird. It represents the volume inverted. Eh, eh. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about this. Mm-hmm. Did you, Rossonri, did you just discover this thing? Or is it something that you know and you wanted me to listen? Oh, them faders. I see. Ah, I thought I could do it. Thought that it would go well in one go. don't think this is good though. Um, I mean, they are solid, but they are not good. So I don't know. We will see. I feel like most of these are going to be outlined in one go. Like there is no need for more work on these because they're already lined. So just outline these. Outline these nuts. Yeah. This is the same question that I had for the devs icons. Like I don't know what the astrology signs would need to be in a solid version. I feel like they need to have some sort of a square background or a circle background, something that makes sense to represent the sign in a line version. So maybe there is no solid version for these. Maybe. Holy shit. That was a lot of points. That is a lot of points. Made a mistake. Okay, fine. I guess. I think that's gonna be better. A bit thicker, but you know, visually speaking, makes more sense. Works with the rest of the icons. And then this one, I wanted to avoid that. So let's do that instead. Can you tell me what it is? Because, you know, I don't know. I don't want to say that doesn't help, but that doesn't help. I don't know what that is. Mm-hmm. I see. I know what it is now. Thank you. I should just use the solid icon that I did, right? Like I should use that instead. Uh, should, I should. It did. It do that. That's true. That is true. Maybe. Yeah, it's not gonna work, is it? Wasn't planned. Planned. Yeah. All right. Cool. I did these, but I feel like I made them thick enough, but not thick enough to make sense. But you know, like here they look thinner, obviously, than the rest. I think that's because they're white on the other side. So yeah, they debate. Now you're gonna have a closed caption icon. Sorry. Dang. Pretty cool. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Oh, oh. Yeah, it's gonna break. Well, no choice. No choice. I like it. You know that game? I mean, you know what game I'm talking about. I mean, you play as a surgeon, and you need to get to the organs without touching the sides. Same thing. Same thing. Yeah, I know the French name. The French name is not no good. No good. Yep, exactly. Same. I mean, I think same translation. Um, but yeah, if it's just cooperation in English, goddamn. Goddamn. Maybe. These are going to be a bit complicated. A bit complicated. I see. All that because we have corner smoothing. Like, that's the reason why we have so many points. Which is weird. Again, this is something that I could have done earlier. Like, I could have created the shapes with the fill directly. But it, it's crazy. It's crazy. Um, the reason why I'm not doing fill and stroke in the same element is because if I do so and we decide to change from filled to unfilled icons, you end up with issues in the colors. So with having one single layer every time, you will ensure that, at the end of the day, we have something that is making sense and that is transferable from icon A to icon B. I know this one needs a bit more work for sure. These are debatable. I feel like if I just did this instead, no smoothing, no radius, no corners, like sharp corners, then I outline them, that give me this option right there. Ollie, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's the move? And all that. No. No, sadly. Doing some icons in solid, but yeah, haven't done most of them, so need a date. Need a date. It's not much, to be honest, but it is necessary. I feel like this is gonna be, yeah. That makes no sense. Yeah, and also complaining about Figma being shit, like always. I see. Well, congrats on the move. Okay. Been working on a project that I kind of showcased earlier, which was pretty good. It's done, has been sent to client. Having pretty interesting logo, research, explosive things, and coherence in between the brand. So that was kind of fun, with some good inspiration as a starting point. But yeah, overall outcome pretty good. Things could have been a bit bigger, but they didn't have the budget for that. So, well, couldn't do that. And then, other than that, I've been naturally waking up at 4:52 almost every day. Between 4:52 and 5:30, just because I don't know. I don't know why. Just because. and then taking that to, go to the gym at 6 when it opens, so that no one's there, and that's fun. I mean, fun. That's good. But now I'm tired. I'm dying. Oh, damn. Hmm. Oh, since you're here, I'm thinking about the solid version of these icons I asked earlier, and no dev answered. Um, would you have them behind like a square shape, or would you just keep them as line icons because if it's more, it makes more sense to have path and branches, split branches, uh, as lines? I'm unsure. Um, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about. I don't think like I tried earlier to do um this, but this feels wrong to me. Like if the points are just dots, it just doesn't work. There's something wrong about it, and I don't like it. So it's complicated to get like solid icons in a way that, makes sense. Yeah, these are kind of the same, but they are not solid. I don't have like a reference. Um, yeah, they did something like this. I don't like this at all. I like this. That's fun. But good luck. Yeah. Oh, this one's cute. I don't have that. I mean, have fun with this thing and stuff. Yeah, I don't think the branching needs like a background or container. I think the terminal makes sense, but the rest doesn't really make sense. So, right, anything that is text related, I probably wouldn't solidify them. I might make them like, I don't know, chunkier. Specifically the bold one. Like, bold might just go one more because, it needs to make sense. But that's about it. That's about it. And Figma is struggling, which I think I'm going to take that as a sign and go to bed soon. Oh, this one looks really good. I'm impressed. I like this one. We did good on this one. Specifically in the duotone version, I feel like, I mean, again, personally speaking, I feel like this is really cool. But yeah, um, no. Have you seen what happens to the people that trade crypto in France? Eh, yeah, goddamn. DCA? I don't know. Uh, like there is this girl that is the daughter of a famous crypto holder that was attempted to be kidnapped, and then no one was doing anything. They had a gun that the boyfriend of the girl was like throwing out, and yeah, they went out with um, a van. The van in question is a delivery van, and the order, or in order to get access to one of these vans, you need to be in the delivery business, or at least to be someone that is part of. Um, yeah, but yeah, that's kind of what happens in France with crypto-related stuff. So no, I don't have any more. I'm empty-ended. I mean, if you want to kidnap me, uh, to get like a ransom and all that, you're going to have a very hard time because I'm broke. I mean, I'm not broke, but I'm broke, and no one in my family is still alive. So yeah, I would probably cooperate. Like I'm still French, like you know, white flag and all that. Um, where I'm like, eh, eh, you want to kidnap me? Cool. Let me get in. Let me get in. Just no violence. I'm fine with it. Just take me with you. I'm okay. I don't care. You know, they. I feel like this would make sense for reasons.
Wake up.
Because in the moment, most people don't think about it. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, specifically, um, what is weird to me is this. If you look at that door right here, right now they are fighting and trying to get a hold of that girl. Here, these, the guy just opened the door and does nothing and just looked at it and closed back the door. And the only thing that happened is that this guy tried to do something, but the other 15 people in the fucking road did absolutely nothing. That guy could have stopped the fucking van. Yeah, it just it makes no sense. Makes no sense. Uh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, also the fact that they had a gun, which is kind of weird, but could happen. Might be the reason, yes. Might. Might. Are we liking this? I don't know. I don't know. It's okay. It's not good though. It's okay. I do think though that with this outline version, we don't need the folded corner to be smaller when we have content in it. So that's a good thing, I guess. But yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Maybe if I do. I know. Uh, this one might be the only one that needs to not have the corner for how it looks. So let's get back to 0. These get rid of. Okay. Mm. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like 2 is a tad big, but that can work. That could work. The thing that I have a bit of an issue here is this. I want this to be bold, but I want that to be subtracted. And that subtraction that I just did is going to take like a, yeah. But 2, I think 2 is going to be pretty good. 3 is giving me something that is closer to this, which is pretty good. But I don't know. Issue. You know. Like it would be better to me 4 instead. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes more sense. It's a bit trickier. I don't think this is the best rendering and the best option, specifically because we end up with some very, very thin elements here and there. But as always, this is like 2x, so 1x would be like, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. God damn. I like that. That's okay. The corner might be a tad strong though now, and might be better to not be at 2, but like put it at like 1.5. We get something that is similar to the bottom. You know, uniformity, all of that. It goes against my regular thing where basically the point where it's folding is supposed to be the last element that needs to be visible. But for the sake of the icon, we need to have this. True. But yeah, I guess that works. Yes, that works. I am going to send you somewhere, though where, I don't know. Dave is live, but Dave is playing the drums. Naked. That. No good. No good. Alright, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. I don't know, I see that Maya is live. I haven't seen anyone that was playing Claire Obscure. Someone in my Japanese class is... Yes. So, yeah. Nonetheless, YouTube is where the VOD is going to be, probably. And then I'll be back. At this time, if you just arrived on YouTube, I'm getting out. If you want to learn Japanese, use Can. It's pretty good. And then if you want to give me some money,
Mom!
appreciate it. Buy you like it. It's good. It's getting updated soon when I finish the solid icons. And then yeah. Enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. And cat won. Cat won. That's crazy. Yeah. Bye.